awaken. Hello, hello. I got the ready up. It's kind of important during this event. How are you? How are you? What's up? What have you been up to? And how have your streams and games been? I am not feeling super great, which is why I was gonna do killer so I get a little bit of a breathing time in between matches. Just one of those having a bad day. Happens, unfortunately. Me too. I mean, we absolutely can. We've got plenty of time for 2v8. We'll have to get together sometime and go on a murder spree. Maybe earlier in the day when I'm not feeling so bleh, you know. Oh boy. Hopefully the games aren't too bad today. I have taken meds, so hopefully that will help with some of the issues. But you never know. Hi, Pinox. How are you? Needed a new computer? Oh no. Well, that's no good. I mean, you might want to start running diagnostics and see if you can find out what's wrong first. So many new nurse outfits. Hold on. Let's switch to... Why are these the same? I don't know. You know, that's totally fair. Hi, Hero. Congrats on getting first. I like that weapon. Look, not everybody pays attention. Maybe something with this? No. Could be cool. Let's try it and try and build an outfit around that. Let's see. No. It's the one that comes with it. Maybe I'll do the other version of this weapon. Give me a little more variety in what I can do with it. Meh. Oh, never mind. Got an Oni. And then after this match, I will start continuing reading Fire to you guys. Finally. We're almost halfway through, but Or like super close. All right. I'm gonna try and get several injures where I can. Almost. There we go. Okay, get some injures in so he gets plenty of blood. Oh, stupid tree. I'm not walking around. Oh my gosh, this guy's movements are wacky. Wow. Oh, he's laggy. Hi. Hi. Got him. There we go. There we go. Yeah, they're still about 20 minutes. This is my first match. So we're gonna read books in between. Damn. I did that way too long. There we go. What? Oh, yes. There we go. Back on that one. Perfect. Oh, man. If I'd have held my first blink for longer, I might have been able to get her. There we go. Yeah, survivor names are interesting sometimes. Beautiful. Okay. Oh, I didn't get through the rock. I'm really bad about that. There we go. Hi, Eddie. How are you? There's an add-on that does that. That's wonderful. I'm glad to hear you're having a good day. Hi. Here we go. Yeah, it takes quite a bit of time to get the muscle memory for Nurse Blinks. I agree. 2v8's great for learning Nurse because there's just so many targets. Someone went this way recently. One. That should be two. So he's gonna check that one. I stay checking these ones. I guess they're just gonna wait out the timer. Maybe, Sky? It will depend. I've got a bunch of messages from others that I need to check. Oh. Ah, she got out the other door. Alright, okay. Enjoy your food again. Okay, let me see. Oh. Okay. It looks like Kit should be coming. Terrible noise. Okay. You know, it's funny. They keep saying that there's like issues with getting the 2v8 quests done, but like I already got all these done. So I don't really know. Kit, where are you? You're supposed to be here. See, I don't know anything about Expedition 33. I have not. Oh, well, that's kind of lame. Haley! How are you? Hi, Jay. How are you? Participating in the school founder for the Trevor Project? That's awesome. You had pizza with your mom. That sounds so nice. My mom brought me Qdoba. I don't know. I think their bowls are a good size. Maybe that's just because I don't eat as much. I am small after all. Maybe just post it in Discord instead of in chat. It's like, I'll be there in a second. 20 minutes ago. He actually ran off to go get food. 10 more minutes. Oh my gosh. We'll go do a survivor game while we wait for Kit to do the scout match for the challenge. General is fine. Awesome. And then if anybody else feels like joining, they'll see that and can give it a shot. Oh, God. Dwight. We could have, you know, split the healing. Oh. Oh, all right. I was just gonna let them have this. Jesus Christ, how's somebody already dead? Oh, God. Good Lord. They're gonna have to nerf Oni for the next round for this. It is way too insanely strong. Oh, they're both here. Well, especially in combo with Legion, it's just disgusting. There's nothing the survivors can really do. There's so many pallets gone. I've got to get like 8 pellet up over there. That corner is just so dead. Fuck. At least we're down to 1 gen. Finally. Oh my god, there's no way you didn't see me. Oh, alright. Damn. Okay, you're being chased. You are going and doing that door. They're both being chased. Fuck. I'm just dead. Oh my god. That was insane. Buddy, you gotta go. You gotta go. Bruh. Bruh, just leave. Just leave. Just leave. Oh my god. They're absolutely gonna nerf. Oni. Come next TV8. My goodness. We have already made it so far in the rift. Completed all of the play a game. I gotta kick more gens, I guess. And oh no, we finished healing. Finished getting people hooked. We're almost done getting people dead. We just gotta repair some more gens. So literally just gotta repair gens, escape, and kick gens, which I don't do as much. I am gonna go see if I can find a caffeinated drink. I will be right back. All right, Coca-Cola quiet. Let's go, let's go. Do one more. Well, hit dilly dallies. Why the fuck are some of these names? Oh my god. Okay, what do we got? Weskin. And Oni. I've got to swap off Scout. Oh. It'll be fine. Why do I keep being the obsessions? It's really weird. Really? Only one pallet used this whole time? That's crazy. Oh, there's two. Hold on. Do you want to heal or not? Oh. Oh my god, I thought he was across the map! Oh, that's so annoying. Oh well. That's what I get for not paying attention. Hi, Quentin. Wait, why am I still dropping blood while he's... Of course. Everyone else, they've been doing their singles, but as soon as I loop him for more than 3 seconds, I'm like, hey, come over here. Yeah, I'm dead. Hello? Why is she like walking up just staring at me? Weird. Also what? That was rude. I told Kit that either he joins in a couple of minutes or he'll have to wait for half an hour because that's how long queue times are. So, let's see what happens. All right, Quentin, yeah. Oh, well. I'll give him until 58 and then we're readying out. So Quentin, are you working today? Oh, very nice, very nice. Oh, do we want to do more Terraria tomorrow? Try and take on the brain. Awesome. Where's the radio? Take it too low. Hero, are you here? I was gonna start reading Fire again, and I wanted to make sure you were here for it. Okay, so where we last left off, Fire was about to, or getting herself ready to leave for the city. And they were considering asking her to start invading the minds of spies or invading the minds of people to suss out spies, which she is vehemently against, of course. All right. So, chapter 15, in case anyone has the book and wants to follow along. Fire's ability to rule her father had depended on his trust. As an experiment, in the winter after his accident, Fire got Cantrell to stick his hand into his bedroom fire. She did it by making his mind believe that it was flowers in the grate and not flame. He reached in to pick them and recoiled. Fire took stronger hold and made him more determined. He reached in again, obstinately resolved to pick flowers, and this time believed he was picking them until pain brought his mind and his reality crashing back to him. Hi, kid.
Yeah.
Are you online?
Yeah. Trying.
He screamed and ran to the window, threw it open, thrust his hand into the snow piled against the window pane. He turned to her, cursing, almost crying, to demand what in the dells she thought she was doing. It was not an easy thing to explain, and she burst into quite authentic tears that came from the confusion of conflicting emotions. Distress at the sight of his blistered skin, his blackened fingernails, and a terrible smell she hadn't anticipated. Terror of losing his love now that she'd compelled him to hurt himself. Terror of losing his trust, and with it, her power to compel him ever to do it again. She threw herself sobbing onto the pillows of his bed. I wanted to see what it was like to hurt someone, she spat at him, like you always tell me to, and now I know, and I'm horrified with both of us, and I'll never do it again. Not to anyone. He came to her then, the anger gone from his face. It was clear that her tears grieved him, so she let the tears come. He sat beside her, his burned hand clutched to his side, but his focus clearly on her and her sadness. He stroked her hair with his unhurt hand, trying to soothe her. She took the hand, pressed it to her wet face, and kissed it. No, this is not my book. It's Fire by Kristen Cashore. After a moment of this, he shifted, extricating his hand from hers. You're too old for that, he said. She didn't understand him. He cleared his throat. His voice was rough from his own pain. You must remember that you're a woman now, Fire, and an unnatural beauty. Men will find your touch overwhelming, even your father. That's creepy. She knew that he meant it plainly, that it contained no threat, no suggestion. He was only being frank, as he was with all matters relating to her monster power, and teaching her something important for her own safety. But her instincts saw an opportunity. One way to secure Cancel's trust was to turn this around, make Cancel feel the need to prove his own trustworthiness to her. She pushed herself away from him, pretending horror. She ran from the room. That evening, Cancel stood outside Fire's closed door, pleading with her to understand. Darling child, he said, you need never fear me. You know I'd never act on such base instincts with you. It's only that I worry about the men who would. You must understand the dangers of your power to yourself. If you were a son, I would not be so worried. She let him make his explanations for a while, and was stunned, inside her room, with how easy it was to manipulate the master manipulator. Astonished and dismayed, understanding that she'd learned how to do this from him. Finally, she came out and stood before him. I understand, she said. I'm sorry, Father. Tears slid down her face, and she pretended they were on account of his bandaged hand, which, in part, they were. I wish you would be more cruel with your power, he said, touching her hair and kissing her. Cruelty is strong self-defense. And so, at the end of her experiment, Cancel still trusted her, and he had reason to, for Fire didn't think she could go through with anything like that again. Then, in the spring, Cancel began to talk of his need for a new plan, an infallible plan this time, to do away with Brigand. When Fire's bleeding began, she felt compelled to explain to her guard why bird monsters had begun to gather outside her screen windows, and why raptor monsters swooped down occasionally, ripped apart the smaller birds, and then perched on the sills to stare inside, screeching. Not in the menu. I'm in the lobby. Chat things. Don't forget to ready up whenever you choose your murderer, buddy.
I'm so cuddly. Hold on.
She thought the guards took it rather well. Musso sent two with the best aim to the grounds below the rooms to do some raptor hunting rather perilously close to the palace walls. The Dells was not known for hot summers, but a palace made of black stone with glass ceilings will get warm. On clear days, the ceiling windows were levered open. When Fire passed through the courtyard or corridor during her bleeding, the birds chirped and the raptors screeched through those screens as well. Sometimes flying monster bugs trailed in her wake. Fire didn't imagine it did much for her reputation around the court, but then again, very little did. The square mark on her cheek was recognized and much talked of. She could sense the spinning gossip that stopped whenever she entered a room and started up again as she left. She had told the king that she would think about the issue of the prisoner, but she didn't. Not really. She didn't need to. She knew her mind. She spent a certain amount of energy monitoring his whereabouts so she could avoid him. A good bit more deflecting the attention of people of the court. She sensed curiosity from them foremost, and admiration, some hostility, especially from the servants. She wondered if the court's servants had clearer recollections of the particulars of Cancel's cruelty. She wondered if he had been crueler to them. People followed her sometimes, at a distance, both men and women, servants and nobles, usually without any definite antagonism. Some of them tried to talk to her, called out to her. A gray-haired woman walked right up to her once, said, "Lady Fire, you are like a delicate blossom," and would have embraced her if Mila hadn't held out her restraining hand. Fire, her abdomen heavy and aching with cramps, and her skin tender and burning, felt the furthest thing from a delicate blossom. She couldn't decide whether to slap the woman or fall into her embrace, weeping. And then a raptor monster scratched on a window screen above, and the woman looked up, raised her arms to it, just as entranced with the predators as she had been with Fire. From other ladies of the court, Fire sensed envy and resentment, and jealousy for the heart of the king, who fretted over her from a distance like a stallion behind a fence, and did little to hide his frustrated regard. When she met the eyes of these women, some of them with monster feathers in their hair or shoes of lizard monster skins, she lowered her eyes and moved on. She took her meals in her rooms. She was shy of the severe city fashion of the court, sure of the impossibility of herself ever blending in, and besides, it was a way to avoid the king. Crossing a bright white courtyard one day, Fire witnessed a spectacular fight between a pack of small children on one side and Prince Garin's daughter passionately assisted by her puppy on the other. Garin's daughter was the instigator of the swinging fists. This Fire saw plainly, and from the boiling emotions in the bunch, Fire sensed that she herself might be the matter of dispute. Stop, she thought to the children from across the courtyard. Now. At which every one of them, save Garen's girl, froze, turned to stare, and then ran shrieking into the palace. Fire sent Neil for a healer and rushed with the rest of her guard to the girl, whose face was swelling and whose nose ran with blood. Child, Fire said, are you all right? The girl was engaged in an argument with her puppy, who jumped and yapped and strained against her hand on his collar. Bludgy, she said, crouched down to his level, her voice congested with blood. Down, down, I say, stop it. Monster rocks. The last as Blotchy jumped and banged against her bloody face. Fire took hold of the puppy's mind and soothed him to calmness. Thank goodness, the child said woefully, flopping down on the marble floor beside Blotchy. She ran, searching fingers over her cheek and nose. She winced and pushed her sticky hair out of her face. Papa will be disappointed. As before, this child was quite closed to Fire mentally. Impressively so. But Fire had understood enough of the other children's feelings to interpret what she meant. Because you came to my defense, you mean? You're arguing with my dog because he's so smart. Yeah. No, because I forgot to guard my left side. It reminds me all the time. I think my nose is broken. He'll punish me. It was true Garen was not the personification of kindness, but still, Fire couldn't imagine him punishing a child for not winning a fight against approximately 8 adversaries. Because someone broke your nose? Surely not. The child gave a mournful sigh. No, because I threw the first punch. He said I mustn't do that. And because I'm not in my lessons, I'm supposed to be in my lessons. Well, child, Fire said, trying not to be amused. We've fetched you a healer. It's just that there are so many lessons, the girl went on, not much interested in the healer. If Papa were not a prince, I wouldn't have all these lessons. I love my riding lessons, but I could die from my history lessons. And now he won't let me ride horses ever. He lets me name his horses, but he never lets me ride them. And Uncle Garen will tell him I missed my lessons, and Papa will say I can't ride them ever. Does Papa ever let you ride his horses? The girl asked Fire tragically, as if she knew she was bound to receive the most calamitous of responses.
So apparently everyone wants to be killer here.
Yeah.
Weird, but we'll see.
I mean, how often do you get to kill with a friend? Also, hi Waz, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in, everybody. We're reading a book in between killer matches. It's a great time.
How did I unmute myself?
What do you mean?
I was muted for while you were reading, and all of a sudden I turned back and it's like, oh, you're no longer muted. I'm like, I didn't even click Discord. How did that happen?
Who knows?
Did you unmute me?
No. I can't do that.
In your own server.
I can server mute you, but I can't, like... I could mute you to me personally, which would then mute you for stream. Or I have a fancy button on my stream deck that mutes you for stream. How are your games?
Damn.
How is your stream? Well, not you specifically. Discord specifically, you goober.
No, it's just me specifically.
Yep, I have it right here. Mute Kit right there.
It's because I'm too annoying. The energy of a kit can go so far past the fucking sun
If
that
I had
stars don't even know what to do.
If I had a mute a specific person in Discord button, it would be Eternal, and everyone knows that that is the correct answer.
Sorry, say that one more time?
If I had a button to mute a specific person, it would be for Eternal, and everyone would know that would be the correct answer.
Wait, I don't get a specific mute button?
No, because you don't shit talk like you're in a tournament for it for your life.
But what if I am in a tournament for my life?
But you're not.
My life depends on everything. What up, Lassie? My life depends on everything. What do you mean?
But just for muting one person, they should feel honored. Oh, I'm sure he would. If I told him that I had one, he'd be like, you know, that's probably smart. Yes, Hero, but I often invite you into the call to yap specifically, so why would I have a button to mute you to yap?
Because it would be funny and it makes it sound like I'm talking to myself. No, to... Shit, wait, no, you're the time. Fuck.
Oh, man.
Well,
that was funny.
That's how it goes. I am...
Because you yap about stuff and things. Everyone yaps about stuff and things.
I don't know what stuff.
That's how yapping
Have I
works.
sent you the Doro emote yet?
I don't
Have
know.
I stolen your Doro? I'm stealing your Doro.
What? I don't know what that is.
I literally just sent it to you. The Doro has been stolen.
I still don't know what that is.
You don't want to.
Okay.
However...
Because you yap too much about cheese.
The button isn't even here!
No. Not even that cheese.
Was so hyped. Cheese was so hyped for fucking yesterday. And I slept for 12 hours.
I sleep for 12 hours every day.
See, I got home from work and it was a pretty busy day, and they're like, hey, tomorrow's gonna be a little bit more busy. So dressed up, and I was like, you know what? No, I want to stream. I want shit to do. I'm gonna play some. I even messaged you. I was like, I'll join in to play for a little bit. Fucking passed out cold, no movement, dead on the goddamn bed. Set my alarm to wake up at 8 in the afternoon. It was 6 in the morning when I woke up. Phone
8
was like,
is not
dude,
afternoon. That is evening.
8 in the morning? Or sorry, 8 in the afternoon. Okay,
there is no 8 in the afternoon.
Listen, it's close enough for me. But then I woke up and my phone was like having a stroke. It was like, buddy, I've been trying to wake you up for the past 10 hours. What the fuck are you doing? I don't understand. I've been yapping. My battery's about to die. Please save me. Battery woo woo. And then he was just like, you something, motherfucker from Wobbleth? I'm going to electrocute you. And then I brought a toaster and made waffles. And then I got to work today. And after I got to work today, the entire fucking day fell apart.
That's impressive.
No, it was bad. Like, I told you
I didn't say it was good. I said it was impressive.
Well, imagine Wednesday, but less bad people and more, oh, we all suddenly have strep throat.
Oh. That's less than ideal.
Yeah, so everyone's just like, oh, hey, by the way, you know your great day that was supposed to happen? Psych! You get your worst day. And it's like, oh, fuck. However, our new doctor for the day is super cool, and he bought us all cookies.
Nice.
And he gave me french fries. And he also, he is so chill, but I gotta say, I've never been grilled more by a doctor.
Why were you getting grilled?
Okay, so context. So for the past like few months, it hasn't even been since like my surgery that I had. For the past few months, like I've just been having like tooth pain on my right side, but I've been so scared even to have my own office, like check my teeth, because X-rays don't like me, scans and all that sort of shit don't like me. Like they never can find what's wrong. Okay.
That's odd.
But which, like, I've made fun of like previous like hospitals I've gone to in the past where they're like, oh yeah, Kit's perfectly healthy and he's great. He should run a fucking marathon. I'm like, passed out, food poisoning. My mom's like looking at me like, yeah, that kid's fucking sick. She doesn't curse though, so that's not an accurate depiction of my mom. Besides the point, I've always thought that the people, like the hospitals that I've gone to, urgent cares, whatever, have just been shitty. Okay. They take an X-ray of my tooth, and my like my friend, she's the main assistant. She's like, "Hey, Kit, there's like, I don't see anything wrong, but you're definitely in pain because a tear rolled down your eye when you just ate that sandwich. So like something's wrong, but I don't know what." So we go to the main dentist. He checks.
Hmm.
He does like a brief exam, and he's like, "Yeah, no, we're doing like a bite test and everything. There's definitely something wrong with the tooth, but X-rays aren't showing anything. Looking at the tooth, nothing's showing anything. Got no idea. Like we probably might just need to say fuck it, get a crown, and just go from there." And I was like, okay, maybe that's a good idea. Totally forgot that we had our endodontist in today. So talked with him, chatted. 2 hours before he goes, I'm like, hey, by the way, this is going on. He's like, and you didn't remember that 6 hours ago when we've not been doing anything? We could have given you like a root canal. I was like, well, I didn't like it could be one, but I'm not a doctor, but I was just kind of guessing. And he's like, okay, let me do my test and we'll see. And let me just take like updated x-rays. So take x-rays. He checks, like, he does the test on the tooth. He's like, okay, so looking at the x-rays, looking at it, you have no decay on your tooth that's in question. I'm like, okay, cool, that's good. He's like, well, problem. I think the inside of your tooth is cracked.
Yikes.
And I'm like, oh, so I do need a root canal. He's like, yeah. But the question is, I don't know how you did that without there being decay.
Very carefully.
And also too, it's like so minimal that you really shouldn't have been feeling pain until it got a lot worse. So the fact that you're already feeling the pain right now is strange. But he was like, yeah, 100% you're going to need a crown or root canal. Um, and I was like, oh, cool. Well, glad to know now. Probably should have asked you 6 hours ago when there was nothing going on, so I could have gotten the root canal same day today, but oh well. So
I mean, hey,
before that.
convenience of working in a fucking dentist office.
Well, I was totally prepared to like pay, even with like a discount for working there. I was so prepared to pay like whatever like the normal price would be, right?
Mm-hmm.
Sure, we get like discount, but I was like expecting a few $100s for the crown, a few $100s for the root canal.
Yeah.
Main doctor was like, I'm doing it for $100 for the crown. I was like, what? Okay, huh?
That's cool.
And I think it's just because like one, he really likes me, but also two, like I try to work my fucking ass off for him, like always, and I'm the first person to say sorry when like shit just hits the fan and he's not hitting his goals, because like I feel like I failed him, and he knows I try my best for him,
Mm-hmm.
even if I'm in a shitty situation. I try my best. So I was like, okay, cool. And then after talking to our endo guy, he's like, okay, well, you don't need to worry about the root canal. I was like, huh? It's like $700, dude. He's like, yeah, write it off. Huh?
Jesus. Well.
So I had to like double check. I was like, do I need manager approval or something? Manager's like, nah, he can do whatever the fuck he wants. If it's like 3,000, he said no. He's just not going to worry about it. I wouldn't question it. Let him do it. And I'm like, okay.
Congratulations.
We'll see you in a month, and we'll get that tooth taken care of. I'm just like baffled.
People are nice.
That's true, but like when I used to be a surgery scheduler, right? I worked with surgeons that were not nice at all. That you were beneath them, and like
yeah, but that's surgeons.
Late, that's true, but like it feels like it kind of like with how my experience was with dental, not working there, but like going to a dentist office back where I used to live, like that was the same thing. It's just like, oh, you're a patient. Well, I know what the fuck I'm talking about. You're gonna sit in here for 3 hours. I'm gonna do 10 fillings on you, and if you don't stop getting numb, well, that fucking sucks now, don't it? It's like, huh?
Yeah, no,
So
dentists regularly work with children. So
well, no, that's pediatric dentists. That's pediatric dentists.
my mom and I went to the same dentist through my entire childhood and until I was no longer on her insurance. So
there are some family dentals. There are some family dentists out there, and we sometimes work with children as well. But most of the time, we want to refer to pediatrics because their entire practice is built around like helping children. And if they're family dentistry, then they work with children alongside the parents to show that it's not as scary. That's how it works there.
Yeah.
Ours, you can bring a kid in to get tooth checked, but like it's not going to be as great as it was in a family dental.
I go to the 2v8 queues. Long. Killer cues are
we have conversations.
very long. Well, that was why I was reading a book, but then chatter happened.
It's because I'm here. I talk a bit. But yeah, no, I've always had like bad influence, and after like talking with our endo guy as well as our general dentist, it's not the fact that, and they both agreed on this today too. They're like, it's not the fact that I think every time we've gone to like an urgent care or a hospital or had something checked out other than my throat, where they actually could see what the fuck was wrong with my throat. It's not the fact that the X-rays didn't say anything or any of the scans didn't say anything. It's the fact that for some reason your body's like everything's okay and tries to mask it as best as possible when that's not the case. Like, you're in pain and struggling, and your X-rays come back saying you're okay, and the fact that both a specialist and a regular dentist, both can see that there's something wrong, but the X-rays are not backing that up, is telling that the professionals know what they're doing. The X-ray is like the thing that I'm making it up.
Yeah, I get doctors who do a scan, say, everything looks good, you're fine, you must be faking it, or it must not be as bad as you're making it out to be, and then nothing happens. Except for the last couple, like the doctors with this issue, because my mom's been coming with me to every appointment, and she's really stubborn. And also because I am having neurological problems and can't remember all of my symptoms, despite the fact that I live with them every single day.
Yeah. There's like surgeons and doctors are supposed to be really good, and at least around here, I've not seen any bad ones. Prices just fucking through the roof. But no, our oral surgeon team, they're great. They love me. They're just like, Kit, we want to keep coming here because you got your shit together. Even if you have a bad day, you apologize, get shit done, and do everything you can for them. And I was like, yeah, not trying my best. And then even our endo team, like the one girl assist who's like always there, she's just like, Kit, you're like one of my favorites. It's okay. There's a reason why a brand new endodontist is just like, I like you. I'm giving you my fries from McDonald's. And I'm like, I just met you like literally twice now. Like, what? So, no, they're all great. But
RDD.
I'm like such shit. So
This is actually a really good map for Trapper.
I'm a bear and I have no fucking idea what I'm doing.
Put traps in doorways. And hope that the survivors aren't paying attention.
I'm a naughty bear, bitches!
Okay, maybe don't yell, because I am listening for survivors still.
Naughty bear, bitches.
Damn. Oh, somebody with a sprint burst walked up to her. That's so annoying. There we go. Oh, can't link upstairs. Yeah, you just pick them up. You just pick them up and it automatically goes. Beautiful. Oh my god, these guys are just falling apart immediately. Got it.
You just setting traps and causing problems.
Oh, it didn't blink down. Man, blinking up the stairs is very difficult.
So they all moved to the other side. I had bear. I'm a naughty bear. A naughty fucking bear. I'm the naughtiest of bears. I'll stick my machete into other bears. My bears.
Yeah! Max range.
Just chill over there and I'll just chill over there.
We can. I'm just kind of like ping-ponging. This gen's almost done.
There's no one.
Ooh, good move.
Yeah, no one on this side.
It's not good. It's not good.
Hello. Oh, that was a trap I set fucking ages ago.
Beautiful. That is the wonder of Trapper.
Alright, just pick him up. Yeah, I can.
Yeah.
It's been a minute.
I just float over your traps.
Alright, where's the blend at?
I don't know. Oh, I didn't realize everyone was in cages. Oh my
Yeah,
god.
that's why I was saying, where's the blend at?
Jesus Christ.
I hope they save somebody.
Aw, shit.
Get locked in. I've never played killer in like the past 3 years.
Lobby is gone. Yeah. I'm trying to send her elsewhere, but I think it doesn't let you do that anymore.
Oh, hi. Found her. Didn't miss one. Oh, hello.
Oh my.
There's nowhere to go there. Didn't miss one. Doesn't.
Hi.
That was what I wanted to do. I'll just reset the trap. You go do that.
One of 3 hatches gone. Yep. There's 2. Now it's just a matter of who finds the last one first.
Found it. 3.
Okay, nice. Do you want to start dropping gates?
I am at 1.
Okay. She's at the front.
Naughty Bear's on his way! He ate too many fucking kibble! I ate too much kibble! Whatever.
Alright, you can Mori.
Right.
The Naughty Bear Mori
Naughty
is
Bear
fun.
Bitches! Naughty. What a wonderful time for murder. Look at that cheeky grin.
And then just kicks her into the trap. Brutal. It's such a good Mori.
I'm sorry, Supreme Grizzly. It had to be done. You were the only bear. I do not like the bear with human teeth.
Jesus Christ, we just absolutely obliterated them. We did get an indoor map with Trapper and Nurse, which is just...
Doesn't matter. You get Trapper and Nurse, and I'm a fucking bear. I can do so much shit. That's the goal. Get rid of all this shit. As a fucking bear with teeth who shoves cattle prods up bears' dicks.
No.
That's literally what happens in the game.
This isn't that game anymore.
I want to play the other game though too. To be fair, it apparently makes people uncomfortable, like killing the bears in such weird ways.
I mean, yeah. And time to wait another 30 minutes? Yeah, true.
And this is when we have more conversations. Fucking
Or
cheese
I could
now
keep reading.
shows up.
I could keep reading to my chat, and you could chatter to Cheese.
I like how you assume that there's only one person in my chat.
Well, you were just sassing Cheese.
I'll have you know Blasi and Crow are here too.
We'll have fun chattering with them too. I didn't say you couldn't chat with other people. I just said...
We just can't chat with each other. Is this just a chat fucking block? It's like, hold on,
Well,
hold on.
no, I want to keep reading. And I can't chat and read at the same time. It doesn't work.
Exactly. So you gotta choose one, and thank you so much for choosing. Fucking what?
I want to keep reading the book. It's so long.
I'm being chosen. A book is being chosen over me. Chat denied. Crow. You're supposed to have my back. You're supposed to have my back. Fucking what? I feel broken. Oh, chat block here? Hold the phone on. I can't believe it. Okay, but what book? I'm being chat blocked by both chats.
Fire by Christian Cashore. It's a very good book.
I'm being chat blocked by both chats. I can't believe this shit. I had
never forget.
I was gonna talk about.
Well, we could talk about them during the match. We clearly don't need any assistance in killing.
Fuck that. We need to coordinate our attacks.
Since when? That was just the most ridiculous slaughter while you were like, I don't know what I'm doing. I'm just going to put traps down. And that works. And that's all that we need.
Listen,
just put down traps. I will blink on them and kill them.
We need to have a team animal. We need to have a team colors. Someone needs to fly the team flag up in the air. Cheering us on. Doesn't work.
You weren't paying attention.
What?
I said I just went and then deafened myself for like 3 seconds and then undeafened myself.
I can't believe this. I'm being shafted by my own teammate. I come back to Dead by
We're
Daylight.
Gonna be here for 30 minutes. Let me read my book to my chat.
Well, we could have fun talking and chilling. And
I'm chilling. I'm vibing. This book's really good. You can listen to the book too. It's a good book.
Sit here for 25 minutes, just staring blankly as Naughty Bear starts stabbing himself in the fucking butt to just.
I mean, you can and like make commentary to your chat while I read. Yeah, see, chat's excited. My chat's excited about that.
I haven't even heard a word from the book, and it's great. I feel like the next statement is better than this guy talking.
Jeez.
You're in the better chat now. I'm revoking Cheese's rights right now. Cheese gets no rights. No more cheese rights. Only blue cheese. Only blue
You would not dare rob us from the book.
I would kidding. I wouldn't do that to Cheese, but I am hurt again. You didn't need those anyway. What the fuck? What the fuck?
What about shared chat? I don't know how to do that.
Oh, I just have you up on 2 different things. I mean, we could just, because we could do like a collab. I think that's if I knock.
I can't do that on my browser though.
Ask to join the stream at any time. Request sent.
Let's see if it'll work. Did they fix it?
Oh, it only supports Chrome and Firefox.
Yep.
Damn. We're opera gamers, aren't we?
Yep.
If you said you were Edge, I was gonna have to end the stream and just leave. I would have just been.
The only reason I have Edge on my computer is because it came with my fucking computer.
But that's why you unpin it from the taskbar.
I didn't say it was on the taskbar.
Okay, cool. Just
Who
want to
said
be
I
sure.
have it?
I just want to be sure. That's all.
Come
That's all.
You don't need to yell at me. No, I use Opera.
Crow asked a question that now deserves me to mute.
Okay.
So
I'm gonna go back. I'm gonna read my book.
Fine. Just let me know when you want to talk again. I understand how this is gonna work. Fucking can't believe this. That goes chat. I'll miss y'all so much. Goodbye.
You didn't have to deafen. Oh, he's so dramatic. What book is it? Fire by Kristen Cashore. Fire could not answer, for her mouth was hanging open, her mind scrambling to make sense of the things she thought she understood. The child with dark eyes and hair and a mashed-up face, and an Uncle Garen and a princely father, and an unusual propensity for mental closedness. I have only ridden my own horse, she managed to say. Have you met his horses? He has many. He's crazy for horses. I think I've only met one, Fire said, still disbelieving. Sluggishly, she began to strain through some mental arithmetic. Was it Big? Big's a mare. Papa says most soldiers favor stallions, but Big is fearless, and he wouldn't trade her for any stallion. He says you're fearless, too. He says you saved his life. That's why I defended you, she said dismally, her current dilemma rounding back to her again. She touched the vicinity of her nose. Perhaps it's not broken. Perhaps it's only sprained. You think he'll be less angry if my nose is only sprained? Fire had begun to clutch her forehead. How old are you, child? 6 come winter. Neil came trotting across the courtyard, then with a healer. A smiling man in green. Lady Fire, the healer said, nodding. He crouched before the child. Princess Hannah, I think you'd best come with me to the infirmary. The two of them shuffled away, the child still chattering in her stuffed-nosed voice. Blotchy waited a moment, then trailed after them. Fire was still gaping. She turned to her guard. Why did no one tell me the commander had a daughter? Mila shrugged. Apparently he keeps it quiet, lady. All we've ever heard is rumors. Fire thought of the woman at the greenhouse with the chestnut hair. The child's mother? Word is she's dead, lady. How long? I don't know. Musa might know, or Princess Clara could tell you. Well, Fire said, trying to remember what she'd been doing before all this had happened. We may as well go someplace where the raptors aren't screeching. We were on our way to the stables, lady. Ah, yes, to the stables to visit Small and his many horsey friends, a number of which, presumably, had short, descriptive names. Fire could have gone to Clara immediately to hear the story of how a prince of 22 had ended up with a secret daughter nearing 6. Instead, she waited until her bleeding was over, and then she went to Garen. Your sister tells me you work too much, she said to the spy master. He looked up from his long table of documents and narrowed his eyes. Indeed. Will you come with me for a walk, Lord Prince? Because I'm Why should you want to walk with me? Because I'm trying to decide what I think of you. His eyebrows shot up. Oh, a test, isn't it? You expect me to perform for you then? I don't care what you do, but I'm going regardless. I haven't been outside in 5 days. She turned and left the room and was pleased, as she moved through the corridor, to feel him weaving through her guard and falling into place beside her. My reason is the same as yours, he said in a patently unfriendly voice. Fair enough. I could perform for you. If you like, we could stop for my fiddle. He snorted. Your fiddle? Yes, I've heard all about it. Brigand thinks we're made of money. You hear about everything, I suppose. It's my job. Then perhaps you can explain why no one's ever told me about Princess Hannah. Garen glanced at her sideways. Why should you care about Princess Hannah? It was a reasonable question, and it pricked at a hurt Fire hadn't quite yet acknowledged. Only to wonder why people like Queen Rowan and Lord Brocker have never made mention of her. Why should they mention her? Fire rubbed her neck under her headscarf and sighed, understanding now why her heart had wanted to have this conversation with Garen, of all people. The Lady Queen and I speak freely to each other, she said, and Brocker shares all he learns with me. The question isn't why they should have mentioned her, it's why they've taken care not to. Ah, Garen said. This is a conversation about trust. Fire took a breath. And why should the child be kept secret? She's only a child. Garen was silent for a moment, thinking, now and then glancing at her. He steered her across the palace's central courtyard. She was happy to let him choose the route. Fire still got lost in the labyrinths of this place, and only this morning had found herself in the laundry when she'd been aiming for the blacksmith shop. She is just a child, Garen said finally, but her identity has been kept quiet since before she was born. Brigand himself didn't know about her until she'd been alive 4 months. Seeing Hero tell trees, grass, and dandelions to fuck off. Why? Who was the mother? An enemy's wife? A friend's wife? No one's wife. A stable girl. Then why? The child was born to the third heir of the throne, Garen said, very low. And she was born to Brigand. Not Nash, not Clara, not I. Brigand. Think of the time, like 6 years ago. If, as you claim, you've been educated by Brocker, you'll know the danger Brigand faced as he grew into adulthood. He was only one of the court who was Cancel's open enemy. This silenced Fire. She listened, shamed, as Garen unfolded the story. She was the girl who cared for his horses. He was 16, barely, and she was too. A pretty thing, goodness knows. There was little joy in his life. Her name was Rose. Rose, Fire repeated, woodenly. No one knew of them but 4 in the family. Nash, Clara, Rowan, and I. Brigand kept her quiet to keep her safe. He wanted to marry her. Garen laughed shortly. He was an impossible romantic rockhead. Luckily, he couldn't, and keep her secret. And why was that lucky? The son of a king and a girl who slept with the horses? It seemed to Fire it was rarely enough one knew a person one wished to marry. How unjust, then, to meet that person and be kept from it because one's bed was made of hay and not feathers. Anyway, Garen continued, around that time, Cancel convinced Nex to throw Brigand into the army and send him off to the borders, where presumably Cancel hoped he'd get himself killed. Hero, I did not know you were allergic to dandelions. That is new information. Brigand was angry as a hornet, but he had no choice but to go. Shortly thereafter, it became clear to those of us who knew Rose that he'd left part of himself behind. She was pregnant. Precisely. Rowan arranged for her needs, everything secret, of course, and Brigand didn't get himself killed after all, but Rose died giving birth to the child, and Brigand came home, all of 17 years old, to learn in one day that Rose was dead, he had a child, and Nax had named him commander of the king's army. I remember this part. Cancel convinced Nax to promote Brigand far beyond his capability in the hopes that Brigand would destroy his own reputation with a show of military incompetence. Fire recalled Brocker's pleasure and his pride when Briggan, through some impossible feat of determination, had turned himself first into a credible leader and then into an uncommon one. He had mounted the entire king's army, not just the cavalry, but the infantry and bowmen. He'd raised the standards of their training and raised their pay. He'd increased their ranks, invited women to join, built signal stations in the mountains and all across the kingdom so that distant places could communicate with each other. He'd planned new forts with vast grain farms and enormous stables to care for the army's greatest asset, the horses that made it mobile and swift. All to the effect of creating new challenges indeed. The smugglers, looters, picking invaders, and for rebel lords like My Dog and Genshin, who were forced now to take pause and reassess their own small armies and dubious ambitions. Poor Briggan, Fire almost couldn't fathom it. Poor, heartbroken boy. Cancel was after everything of Briggan's, Garen said, especially as Briggan's power increased. He poisoned Briggan's horses out of spite. He tortured one of Briggan's squires and killed him. Obviously, we knew the truth of Hannah. Obviously, we who knew the truth of Hannah knew not to breathe a word. Yes, of course. Then, Nax died, Garen said, and Briggan and Cancel spent the next 2 years trying to kill each other. And then, Cancel killed himself. Finally, Briggan was able to name the child his heir, and the second heir now to the throne. But he did so only among the family. It's no official secret. Much of the court knows she's his. But it's continued to remain quiet, partly out of habit and partly to divert attention from her. Not all of Briggan's enemies died with Cancel. But how can she be an heir to the throne, Fire asked, if you are not? Max was your father, and you're no more illegitimate than she is. Plus, she's female and a child. Garen pursed his lips and looked away from her. When he spoke, it wasn't to answer her question. Rowan trusts you, he said, and Brocker trusts you. So you needn't worry your monster heart. If Rowan never told you about her grandchild, it's because she's in the habit of never telling anyone. And if Brocker never told you, it's probably because Rowan never told him. And Clara trusts you too, because Briggan trusts you. And I'll admit, Briggan's trust is a strong recommendation, but of course, no man is infallible. Of course, Fire said dryly. One of Fire's gods brought down a raptor monster then. It fell from the sky, golden green, and landed on a patch of trees out of their sight. Fire became aware suddenly of their surroundings. They stood in the orchard behind the palace. And beyond the orchard sat the little green house. Fire stared in astonishment then at the tree beside the house, wondering how she'd failed to notice it from her window. She realized it was because she'd assumed from above that it was a grove of trees and never a single organism. Its mammoth trunk split off in 6 directions, the limbs so many and so massive that some of them bent with their weight to the ground, burrowed into the grass, and rose up again into the sky. Supports had been built for some of the heaviest limbs to hold them up and prevent them from breaking. And we stare. We sit. Jeez, go boop Kit for me. Or bonk him. That's fine too. But reading tends to make the queues go by faster.
All right, I'm back.
I'm back. I was about to send you multiple bonks.
No, I saw it. You said you were reading a book. If you're reading a book, I'm talking about stuff, I suppose.
Stuff. So specific.
I mean, I could be more specific, but like your chat absolutely does not care. But based on what
yeah, see you back in a bit. Fair.
Naughty. Who's going to die today? Sudoku.
Oh, you're over there.
Here.
I found a whole horde of them. Oh, that was so close. Nice.
Those internships probably sound tough, bro. I'm sorry.
Hi, werewolf. I didn't realize I hadn't recharged my second blink. Oh my gosh, I'm so bad. Oh. I'm so bad about letting my second blink recharge. There we go. Beautiful. Love when they don't pay attention. There we go. Now there's a Kate here. Ace here. Ow. Oh, that was so good. Yeah. One over here. Oh, got two. Man, her movements are weird. Jesus Christ, how did she get so far? Okay, game, sure. Here we go. I overshot that so far. I pressed my second blink, but it wasn't fast enough. Thanks. There's somebody on that gen over there. Yeah. There we go. Oh, I can't believe that didn't. Perfect. Yep.
All the way down by
Yeah, I've got these two. Oh shit, nice.
stay far away from them or something, or?
Huh?
We have to stay far away, or are we like?
No, I'm just bopping between the two doors, waiting for somebody to touch it. If you can put a trap on that one, that would make it significantly easier.
Seems like once you get to the end, it's pretty.
Yeah, I mean, we got most of them, so I'd say it's a win. Now it's just a matter of closing it out. Got one.
Is there the whole glitch
Where they can what?
the traps in the
They shouldn't be able to. Okay, she's placed herself under a pallet, which makes me think there's someone else here, but I'm just gonna take the chance. And she's dead. Okay, we've got hatches now.
one.
Okay.
See one.
I've got one. Okay. That's two hatches closed.
Oh, you're talking about that.
Yeah. You said you closed a hatch? Okay, I've got the other one.
That open? Oh, there's
Yeah. That's why I was guarding too.
interesting. I didn't know that.
Okay. There's some spare traps over here. If you want. Oh, she's got the door. Shit. Oh, I got the grab. Oh my god.
That's why the timer started.
Yes, we closed all the hatches.
Oh,
No.
Killed Alan and then fucked off.
No. Oh man. What? The censoring. That's funny as fuck. What did you tell them? I got censored.
Oh, they were pointing, dickhead pointing bastard.
Ah.
All they did was they would walk up to me while I was killing somebody and then point, which I think they were just trying to like taunt them.
Okay.
But then like they would just get like decked when they're about to drop a pallet. So I just kind of was like, okay.
And like at that
So
point, if
you're
you know the
just
ping is off,
bad.
pre-throw. Like, don't wait for the timing. Pre-throw.
Yeah, because Alan Wake player, like they knew. they were like, "Oh, I'm gonna drop pallets early," and I was like, "Okay, cool." So like they figured that out because I
Yeah.
noticed like a little bit of the lag, and I was like, "Oh, whatever." I mean, keep in mind there are 3 people in my house right now that are, including me, that are all playing multiplayer games. Doge and Ali are playing Repo with people, and
Mm-hmm.
they're the host, and I am playing DBD. So like,
All right,
if my
Felix.
internet's, and I'm also streaming, but like the stream is not really suffering as a result. So like, it is what it
Yeah.
is, right? Whatever.
Well, like
But also, if you're gonna stand
120
there and
ping
be like
isn't
the
gonna make
cocky,
that much of it. Not game-winning difference. You can
true, and also being a
not in
dickhead
2v8.
that's pointing, like watching as I'm killing your friends. There's a reason why after every time I down the ace, I just shook my head no and then killed them. Because like I, everyone else was playing fine, everyone else was
Yeah.
doing well, but if you're gonna just try to point and be a douchebag, later.
Yeah, everybody else was fine. Some people are really weird.
I'll go back to your book.
Okay. Have fun with your chattering about it. Okay, bye. Appreciate the look. Come on. Okay. Big tree. Beside her, Garen watched the amazement on her face. Sighing, he walked to a bench beside the pathway to the house, where he sat with his eyes closed. Fire noticed his drawn face and his slumped posture. He looked washed out. She went and sat next to him. Yes, it's extraordinary, he said, opening his eyes. It's grown so big it'll kill itself. Every father names his heirs. Surely you know that. Fire turned from the tree to glance at him, startled. Garen looked back at her, coolly. My father never named me, he said. He named Nash and Brigand. Brigand did differently. Hannon will be his first heir even after he marries and has an army of sons. Of course, I never minded. I never once wanted to be king. And of course, Fire said smoothly, none of it will matter once the king and I marry and produce a jungle of monster heirs. He hadn't been expecting that. He sat still for a moment, measuring, and then half smiled, despite himself, understanding that it was a joke. He changed the subject again. And what have you been doing with yourself, lady? You've been 10 days at court with little but a fiddle to accompany you. And why should you care? Is there something you want me to do? I have no employment for you until you decide to help us. Help them. Help this strange royal family. She found herself wishing that it weren't so impossible. You said you didn't want me to help you. No, lady, I said I was undecided. I remain undecided. The doors to the greenhouse swung open then, and the lady with the chestnut hair walked down the path toward them. And suddenly, the feeling of Garen's mind changed to something lighter. He jumped up and went to the woman and reached for her hand. He walked back to Fire, his face alight. Fire understood that, of course, he'd steer their walk this direction intentionally. She'd been too wrapped up in their conversation to notice. Lady Fire, Garen said. This is Sayer. Sayer has the misfortune of being Hannah's history tutor. Sayer smiled up at Garen, a smile that had conveyed everything in the world to do with Garen, so that Fire couldn't fail to understand what she was seeing. It's not so bad as all that, Sayer said. She's more than capable. She gets restless. Fire held out her hand. The two ladies greeted each other. Sayer exceedingly polite and ever so mildly jealous. Understandable. Fire would have to advise Garen not to cart lady monsters along his trips to visit his sweetheart. Some of the smartest men had a hard time comprehending the obvious. Then Sayer took her leave, and Garen watched her go, rubbing his head absently and humming. The son of a king and a woman who's a palace tutor? Fire thought to him, propelled by some strange joy and cheekiness. Shocking. Garen lowered his eyebrows and tried to look stern. If you're desperate for something to do, lady, go to the nurseries and teach guarding against monster animals. Get the children on your side so Brigand's daughter still has some teeth in her mouth next time he sees her. Fire turned to go, a smile playing around her lips. Thank you for walking with me, Lord Prince. I should tell you I'm difficult to deceive. You may not trust me, but I know you like me. And she told herself it was Garen's regard that had buoyed her mood, and nothing to do with a woman whose significance had been reassigned. Chapter 16. Fire was, in fact, in need of something to do, because without an occupation, all she could do was think. And thinking brought her back over and over to her lack of occupation, and the question of how much help, in fact, she would be capable of offering this kingdom, if her heart and her mind didn't positively forbid it. The matter plagued her at night when she couldn't sleep. She had bad dreams of what it meant to trick people and hurt people, nightmares of Cancerel making Cutter grovel in imagined pain. Clara took Fire sightseeing. The city folk adorned themselves with even more monster trappings than the court folk, with much less concern for the aesthetic integration of the whole. Feathers jammed randomly into buttonholes, jewelry, quite stunning, really. Necklaces and earrings made of monster shells, worn by a baker woman over her mixing bowl and covered in flour dust. A woman wearing a blue-violet wig from the fur of some silky monster beast, a rabbit or a dog. The hair short and uneven and sticking out in spikes, and the woman's face underneath quite plain, the overall effect tending to an odd caricature of Fire herself. But still, there was no denying she had something lovely atop her head. Everyone wants a bit of something beautiful, Clara said. Among the wealthy, it's the rare skins and furs sold on the black market. With everyone else, it's whatever they find clogging the gutters or killed in the house traps. It all amounts to the same thing, of course, but the rich people feel better knowing they've paid a fortune. Which was, of course, silly. The city, Fire saw, was part sober and part silly. She liked the gardens and the old crumbling sculptures, the fountains in the squares, the museums and libraries and bright rows of shops that Clara led her through. She liked the bustling cobbled streets where people were so busy with their noisy living that sometimes they didn't even notice the lady monster's guarded walking tour. Sometimes. She calmed a team of horses once that panicked when some children ran too close to their heels, murmuring to them, patting their necks. Business stopped on that street and didn't resume until she and Clara had rounded a corner. She liked the bridges. She liked standing in the middle and looking down, feeling she could fall but knowing she wouldn't. The bridge farthest from the falls was a drawbridge. She liked the bells that rang when it rose and fell, soft, almost melodic, whispering around and through the other city noises. She liked the warehouses and docks along the river, the aqueducts and sewers, and the locks, creaking and slow, that brought supplied ships up and down between river and harbor. She especially liked Cellar Harbor, where the falls created a mist of seawater and drowned out all sound and feeling. She even hesitatingly liked the feel of the hospitals. She wondered which one had cured her father of the arrow in his back, and she hoped that the surgeons brought good folk back to life too. There were always people outside the hospitals, waiting and worrying. She glanced at them, touching them with surreptitious wishes that their worry should come to a happy ending. There used to be medical schools all over the city, Clara told her. Do you know King Arn and his monster advisor, Lady Ella? I remember the names from my history lessons, Fire said, reflecting, but not coming up with much. They ruled a good 100 years ago, Clara said. King Arn was an herbalist and Lady Ella a surgeon, and they became a bit obsessive about it, really. There are stories about them doing bizarre medical experiments on people who probably wouldn't have consented to it if a monster hadn't been the one making the suggestions, if you know what I mean. Doing my best, TJ. Doing my best. We're actually doing pretty good. Nurse and Trapper is kind of a gross combo. Right now, we're just reading in between the cues. Kit chattering with his people, me chattering with y'all, and but it's a good time. And they'd cut up dead bodies and study them, but no one was ever sure where they were getting the dead bodies from. Oh well, Clara said with sardonic lift of her eyebrows. Be that as it may, they revolutionized our understanding of doctoring and surgery. It's thanks to them we know the uses for all strange herbs that grow in the crevices and caves at the edges of the kingdom. Our medicines to stop bleeding and keep wounds from festering and kill tumors and bind bones together and do just about everything else that came from their experiments. Of course, they also discovered the drugs that ruin people's minds, she added darkly. And anyway, the schools are closed now. There's no money for research, or for art, for that matter, or engineering. Everything goes to policing, to the army, the coming war. I suppose the city will begin to deteriorate. It already was, Fire thought, but she didn't say. She saw the seedy, sprawling neighborhoods that abutted the docks on the south side of the river and the tumble-town alleyways that popped up in parts of the city center where it seemed they shouldn't. Many, many sections of the city that were not devoted to knowledge or beauty or any kind of goodness. Clara took to her lunch once the twins' mother, who had a small and pleasant home on a street of florists. She also had a husband, a retired soldier who moonlighted as one of the twins' most reliable spies. These days, my focus is smuggling, he told them in confidence over their meal. Almost every wealthy person in the city dips into the black market now and then, but as often as not, when you find someone who's very deeply involved, you've also found someone who's the king's enemy, especially if they're smuggling weapons or horses or anything Pickian. If we're lucky, we're able to trace a buyer to the fellow he's buying for, and if that turns out to be one of the rebel lords, we bring the buyer in for questioning. Can't always trust their answers, of course. Unsurprisingly, this sort of talk was always fuel for Claire's pressure tactics with Fire. With your power, it'd be easy for us to learn who's on whose side. It'd help us find out if our allies are true, she'd say, or you could figure out where my dog's planning to attack first. Or when that didn't work, you could uncover an assassin plot. Wouldn't you feel terrible if I were assassinated because you weren't helping? And in a moment of desperation, what if they were planning to assassinate you? There have to be some who are, especially now that people think you might marry Nash. Fire never responded to the endless battery, never admitted the doubt, the guilt she was beginning to feel. She only filed the arguments away to mull over later, along with the ongoing arguments of the king. For occasionally, after dinner, often enough that Welkley had installed a chair in the hallway, Nash came to speak to her through the door. You got a new joke? Well, you gotta tell me. He conducted himself decently, talked with the weather and stately visitors to the court, and always, always tried to convince her to reconsider the matter of the prisoner. Better transfer he sounds because he was a herbivore. I've seen that one. That's a good one. Very nice, very nice. You're from the north, lady, he'd say to her, or something like it. You've seen the loose hold the law has outside of the city. One misstep, and the entire kingdom could fall through our fingers. And then he'd grow quiet, and she would know the marriage proposal was coming. She would send him away with her refusal and take what comfort she could in the company of her guard, and consider very seriously the state of the city, and the kingdom, and the king, and what her own place should be. To busy herself and ease her sense of uselessness, she took Garen's advice and visited the nurseries, entering cautiously at first, sitting quietly on a chair and watching the children as they played, read, squabbled, for this was where her mother had worked, and she wanted to take in its feelings slowly. She tried to picture a young, orange-haired woman in these rooms, counseling children with her even temper. Jessa had had a place in these noisy, sunlit rooms. Somehow, the very thought made Fire feel less like a stranger here, even if it also made her more lonely. Teaching guarding against animal monsters was delicate work, and Fire came up against some parents who wanted nothing of her association with their children. But a mix of royal and servant children did become her pupils. Why are you so fascinated with insects? She asked one of her cleverest students one morning, an 11-year-old boy named Cobb, who could build a wall in his mind against raptor monsters and resist the urge to touch Fire's hair when he saw it, but would not kill a monster bug even if it was camped out on his hand making dinner of his blood. You have no trouble with raptors. Raptors, Cobb said with a high-pitched scorn. They have no intelligence, only a big, meaningless surge of feelings they think they can mesmerize me with. They're completely unsophisticated. True, Fire said, but compared with monster bugs, they're veritable geniuses. But monster bugs are so perfect, Cobb said wistfully, going cross-eyed as a dragonfly monster hovered at the tip of his nose. Look at their wings, look at their jointed legs, and their beady little eyeballs, and look how smart they are with their pincers. He just loves all bugs, Cobb's younger sister had said, rolling her eyes. Not just monster bugs. Perhaps his problem, Fire thought to herself, is that he's a scientist. Very well, she said. You may allow monster bugs to sting you in appreciation of their excellent pinchers, but, she added sternly, there are 1 or 2 bugs that would do you harm if they could, and those you must learn to guard yourself against. Do you understand? Must I kill them? Yes, you must kill them, but once they're dead, you could always dissect them. Have you thought of that? Cop frightened. Really? Will you help me? And so Fire found herself borrowing scalpels and clips and trays from a healer in the castle infirmary and engaging in some rather peculiar experimentation. Perhaps along the lines of what King Arn and Lady Ella had done 100 years before. On a smaller scale, of course, and with much less brilliant results. She crossed paths often with Princess Hannah. From her windows, she saw the girl running to and from the little greenhouse. She also saw Sayre and other tutors, and sometimes Garrett, and even Claire's legendary gardener, who was blonde and bronzed and muscular, like something out of a heroic romance. And sometimes an old woman, tiny and bent, who wore an apron and had pale green eyes and was the frequent stopping block to Hannah's headlong rushes. She was strong, this little woman, always carrying Hannah around, and it appeared she was the housekeeper of the greenhouse. Her love for the child was obvious, and she had no love for Fire. Fire had encountered her once in the orchard and found her mind as closed as brigands. Her face at the sight of the monster lady had gone cold and unhappy. Well, apparently you're a legendary gardener now. Ironic, considering your allergies. There you go. The palace had outside walkways built into the stone portions of the roof. At night, far from sleep, Fire walked them with her guard. From the heights, she could see the glimmer of the great torches on the bridges, kept lit through the night so boats on the fast-running waters below always knew exactly how close they were to the falls. And from the heights, she could hear those falls roaring. On clear nights, she watched the city spread sleeping around her, and the flash of stars on the sea. She felt like a queen. Not like a real queen, not like the wife of King Nash. More like a woman at the top of the world, at the top of a city in particular, where the people were becoming real to her, a city of which she was growing rather fond. Perfect timing.
What do you mean?
I just hit a good stopping point in my book, literally like 3 seconds before you undeafened.
Oh. Okay.
Murder time!
I like how naughty
Oh, we got
is behind a leaf.
4 Sprint Burst pizza people. Oh my gosh, brain, mouth, not working. So, we're gonna... Lots of Sprint Bursting gonna be happening this match. But that also means they don't have gen doers, so that helps.
Why is the bear menacingly looking at lettuce? Because it's delicious and nutritious. And
Yes, he's trying to intimidate you with its fanning capabilities.
Before he shoves the fan in a place where the sun don't shine. Or cooks you up where the sun don't shine. I didn't know this was still in the game.
Ormond?
Like this particular one.
Yeah. We just don't get it as often anymore.
Traps.
Yep, having lots of traps will be quite useful.
You're just right over there. Okay.
Yeah. I'm walking around because I'm undetectable and I'm trying to catch people up.
Oh, there's hide. I found a needle.
Anyway. Ah, they were all over there. No, sprint. just gonna put her on second, just since they did those 2 gens so fast. Oh, sorry, you're asking, like, why can't I kick this gen? Because I'm numb.
It's right here.
And a boop. Anyway, not sure what her plan there was, but it wasn't a good one. This guy's a little laggy. There we go. Oh, yes. Thanks. Oh, I almost got him. Interesting. What's with the nurse gameplay? It's fun. In 2v8. Oh, that was so good. What do you mean? They don't. They can't have head on. They just fucked up a locker for some reason. There's no perks. Only classes. Okay, weirdo. Okay. Anyway. Nice going, Leap Lord. Well, that was easy. There we go. Oh, nice. There's a Claudette who's over here somewhere. Oh, she must have gone over there. Okay. Nice. Alright. Where the fuck is this ace? Yes! I'll probably do Wraith after this. Damn, alright. She's sprinting. What in the hell is she doing? How? I was looking down and they still managed to get a blind. That was weird. I don't know how that missed, but alright. Alright, you can be a cunt all you want, buddy. Bye. Ah, last one's here. Y'all still lost. What are you on about? What? Cringe. Anyway. Uh-oh. Okay. Dang. Okay. I don't remember where the fuck. Oh wait, the house lady who doesn't like fire. Regan returned to court 3 weeks from the day he'd left. Fire knew the instant he arrived. The consciousness was like a face you saw once and forever recognized. Regan's was quiet, impenetrable, and strong, and indubitably his from the instant her mind tripped over it. She happened to be with Hannah and Blotchy at the time, in the morning sun of a quiet courtyard corner. The little girl was examining the raptor scars on Fire's neck, and trying to wheedle from her, not for the first time, the story of how she'd gotten those scars and saved Brigand's soldiers. When Fire declined, the girl wheedled at Musa. "You weren't even there," Fire objected, laughing, when Musa began the tale. "Well," Musa said, "if no one who was there will tell it." "Someone's coming who knows it to tell it," Fire said mysteriously, causing Hannah to freeze and stand bolt upright. "Papa?" she said, running circles now, spinning to look at each of the entrances. "Do you mean Papa? Where?" He came through an archway on the other side of the courtyard. Hannah shrieked and sprinted across the marble floor. He caught her up and carried her back the way she'd come, nodding to Fire and the guard, smiling through Hannah's stream of chatter. And what was it with Brigand every time he reappeared? Why this instinct to bolt? They were friends now, and Fire should be beyond this fear of him. She forbade herself to move and focused on Blotchy, who offered his ears to be petted. Brigand put Hannah down and crouched before the child. He touched his fingers to her chin and moved her face one way and the other, surveying her still bruised and bandaged nose. He interrupted her quietly. "And tell me what happened here." "But Papa," she said, changing the subject in mid-sentence, "they were saying bad things about Lady Fire." "Who were?" "Selin and Midden and the others." "And what? Then one of them punched you in the nose?" Hannah scuffed her shoes on the ground. "No." "Tell me what happened." Another scuff on the ground, and then Hannah spoke dismally. "I hit Selin. He was wrong, Papa. Someone had to show him." Brigand was silent for a moment. Hannah rested one hand on either of his bent knees and dropped her eyes to the floor. She sighed dramatically behind her curtain of hair. "Look at me, Hannah." The girl obeyed. Was hitting Selin a reasonable way to show him he was wrong? "No, Papa, I did badly. Are you going to punish me?" "I'm going to take away your fighting lessons for now. I didn't agree to them so that you might misuse them." Hannah sighed again. "For how long?" "Until I'm convinced you understand what they're for." "Will you take away my riding lessons?" "Have you ever ridden over anyone you shouldn't?" A small giggle. "Of course not, Papa." "Then you'll keep your riding lessons." "Will you let me ride your horses?" "You know the answer to that. You must grow bigger before you ride war horses." Hannah reached her hand out and rubbed her palm on the stubble of his face, with an ease and affection Fire found hard to bear. She had to look away and stare fiercely at Blotchy, who was shedding silky hairs all over her skirt. "How long do you stay, Papa?" "I don't know, love. I'm needed in the north." "You have a wound too, Papa." She took Brigand's left hand, which was wrapped in a bandage, and inspected it. "Did you throw the first punch?" Brigand twitched a smile at Fire, focused on the lady more closely. Then his eyes went cold, and his mouth formed a hard line, and Fire was frightened and hurt by his disregard. And then reason returned, and she understood what he saw. It was the lingering square mark of Nash's ring on her cheek. It was weeks ago, Fire thought to him. He's behaved himself since. Brigand stood, lifting Hannah with him. Blah. He spoke to the girl quietly. "I did not throw the first punch, and right now I must have a chat with your uncle the king." "I want to come," Hannah said, wrapping arms around him. You may come as far as the hall, but there I must leave you. But why? I want to come. Punching somebody is not a good way to get them to change their mind. It's just going to make them an indignant hero. It's a private chat. But firmly, Hannah, you heard me. There was sullen silence. I can walk for myself. Briggan lowered Hannah to the floor. Another sullen silence as they regarded each other. The taller sighed much more calmly than the shorter. Then, a small voice. Will you carry me, Papa? Another flicker of smile. I suppose you're not too big yet. Briggan carried Hannah back across the courtyard, and Fire listened to the receding music of Hannah's voice. Blotchy was doing as he always did, sitting and considering before following his lady. Knowing it was unethical, Fire reached out to his mind and convinced him to stay. She couldn't help it. She needed him. His ears were soft. What the fuck? Briggan had been unshaven in black clothing, his boots spattered with mud, his light eyes standing out in a weary face. She'd very much come to like his face, and of course she understood now why her body wanted to run whenever he appeared. It was a correct instinct. There was nothing to be got from this but sadness. She wished she hadn't seen his gentle way with his trials. Fire was spectacularly good at not thinking about a thing when she chose, if the thing was hurtful or just plain stupid. She manhandled, pummeled, packed this thing away. His own brother in love with her, and she, Cancerel's daughter, it was not to be thought of. What she did think of, more urgently now, was the question of her purpose at this court. For if Briggan's next responsibility took him north, then surely he meant to deposit her home, and she was not ready to go. She had grown up between Brocker and Cancerel, and she was not naive. She'd seen the parts of this city with the abandoned buildings and the smell of filth. She understood the look and feel of city people who were hungry or lost to drugs. She understood what it meant that even with a military force in 4 large pieces, Briggan couldn't stop looters from knocking a town off a cliff. And these were only the small things. These were mere policing. War was coming, and if my dog and Genshin overran this city and this kingdom with their armies, if one of them made himself king, how much lower would that push those already at the bottom? Fire couldn't imagine leaving, going all the way back to her stone house, where the reports came slowly, and the only variance in her routine was the occasional empty-headed trespasser, whom no one knew the significance of. How could she refuse to help when there was so much at stake here? How could she go away? You're wasting something you have, Claire said to her once, almost with resentment. Something the rest of us could only imagine possessing. Waste is criminal. Fire hadn't responded, but she'd heard more deeply than Clara had realized. That night, while she was fighting with herself on the roof, Briggan appeared beside her and leaned on the railing. Fire took a steadying breath and watched the glimmer of torches in the city, trying not to look at him or be pleased of his company. I hear you're crazy for horses, she said lightly. He broke into a smile. Something's come up, and I'm leaving tomorrow night, following the river west. I'll be back 2 days later, but Hannah won't forgive me. I'm in disgrace. I remembered her own experience of being 5. I expect she misses you terribly when you go. Yes, he said, and I'm always going. I wish it weren't the way of things, but I wanted to check with you before I left, lady. I travel north soon, this time without the army. It'll be faster and safer, if you'd like to return home. Fire closed her eyes. I suppose I should say yes. He hesitated. Would you prefer me to arrange for a different escort? Goodness no, she said. It's not that. It's only that every one of your siblings is pressuring me to stay at court and use my mental power to help with the spy work. Even Prince Garen, who hasn't decided yet if he trusts me. He said, understanding. Garen doesn't trust anyone, you know. It's his nature and his job. Does he give you a hard time? No, he's kind enough. Everyone is, really. I mean, it's no harder for me here than it's been anywhere else, just different. He thought about that for a moment. Well, you mustn't let them bully you. They see only their side of it. They're so embroiled in the matters of the kingdom that they can't imagine any other way of living. Fire wondered what other way of living Briggan imagined, what life he dreamed of, if he hadn't been born to this one. She spoke carefully. Do you think I should stay and help them as they ask? Lady, I can't say what you should do. You must do whatever you think is right. She caught something defensive in his tone, but she wasn't certain which one of them he was defending. She pressed him again. And do you have an opinion as to what is right? He was flustered. He looked away from her. I don't wish to influence you. If you stay, I'll be terribly pleased. You'll be such invaluable help, but I'll also be sorry for what we would ask of you. Truly. It was a rare outburst. Rare because he wasn't one for outbursts, and rare because it wasn't likely to occur to anyone else to be sorry. Rather at a loss, Fire gripped her bow tightly and said, taking someone's very mind and changing it is a trespass. Violence. Can I ever use such a thing without overstepping my right? How will I know if I'm going too far? I'm capable of so many horrors. Briggan took a minute to think, staring intently into his hands. He tugged at the end of edge of his bandage. I understand you, he said, speaking quietly. I know what it's like to be capable of horrors. I'm training 25,000 soldiers for a bloodbath, and there are things I've done I wish I'd never had to do. There are things I'll do in future. He glanced at her, then looked back at his hands. No doubt this is presumptuous, lady, but for whatever it's worth, if you'd like, I could promise to tell you if I ever believed you to be overstepping the rights of your power. And whether or not you choose to accept that promise, I'd very much like to ask you to do the same for me. Fire swallowed, hardly believing that he was entrusting her with so much. He whispered, You honor me. I accept your promise, and I give you my own in return. The lights in the city houses were dimming one by one, and part of avoiding thoughts about something was not encouraging opportunities for that something to make itself felt. Thank you for the fiddle, she said. I play it every day. And she left him and walked with her guard back to her rooms. It was in the great hall the next morning that she came to understand what had to be done. The walls of this cavernous room were made of mirrors. Passing through, on sudden impulse, Fire looked at herself. She caught her breath and kept looking until she was beyond that first staggering moment of disbelief. She crossed her arms and squared her feet and looked and looked. She remembered a thing that made her angry. She told Clara her intention never to have children, and Clara told her of a medicine that would make her very sick, but only for 2 or 3 days. After she recovered, she'd never have to worry again about the chance of becoming pregnant, no matter how many men she took to her bed. The medicine would make her permanently unable to bear children. One of the most useful discoveries of King Arn and Lady Ella. It made Fire so angry. The thought of such a medicine, of violence done to herself to stop her from creating anything like herself. And what was the purpose of these eyes, this impossible face, the softness and curves of her body, the strength of this mind? What was the point if none of the men who desired her were to give her any babies? And all it ever brought her was grief. What was the purpose of a woman monster? Came out in a whisper. What am I for? Excuse me, lady? Musa said. Fire shook her head. Nothing. She took a step closer and pulled off her headscarf. Her hair slid down, shimmering. One of her guards gasped. She was fully as beautiful as Cancerel. Indeed, she was very like him. Behind her, Briggan entered the great hall suddenly and stopped. In the mirror, their eyes met and held. It was clear he was in the middle of thought or a conversation, one that her appearance had interrupted completely. It was so rarely he held her eyes. All the feelings she'd been trying to batter away threatened to trickle back. And then Garin caught up with Briggan, speaking sharply. Nash's voice behind Garin, and then Nash himself appeared, saw her, and stopped cold beside his brothers. In a panic, Fire grabbed her hair to collect it, steeling herself against whatever stupid way the king intended to behave. But it was all right. They were safe, for Nash was trying very hard to close himself. Well met, lady, he said with considerable effort. He threw his arms around both his brother's shoulders and moved with them out of the hall, out of her sight. Fire was impressed and relieved. She pushed her feelings back into their cell, and then, just before the brothers disappeared, her eyes caught the flash of something at Briggan's hip. It was the hilt of his sword, the sword of the commander of the king's army, and all at once, Fire understood. Briggan did terrible things. He stuck swords into men in the mountains. He trained soldiers for war. He had enormous destructive power, just as his father had had. But he didn't use that power the way his father had done. Truly, he would rather not use it at all, but he chose to, so that he might stop other people from using power in even worse ways. His power was his burden. He accepted it, and he was nothing like his father. Neither were Garen and Clara. Neither really was Nash. Not all sons were like their fathers. A son chose the man he would be. Not all daughters were like their fathers. A daughter monster chose the monster she would be. Fire looked into her own face. The beautiful vision blurred suddenly behind her own tears. She blinked tears away. I've been afraid of being cancerous, she said aloud to her reflection. But I'm not cancerous. At her elbow, Musa said blandly, any one of us could have told you that, lady. Fire looked at the captain of her guard and left, because she wasn't cancerous. She wasn't anyone but herself. She had no one's path to follow. Her path was her own to choose. And then she stopped laughing because she was terrified of the path she suddenly knew herself to be choosing. I can't do this, she thought. I'm too dangerous. It'll only make things worse. No, she said back to herself. Already I'm forgetting. I'm not cancerous. At every step on this path I create myself. And maybe I'll always find my own power horrifying, and maybe I can't ever be what I'd most like to be. But I can stay here, and I can make myself into what I should be. Waste is criminal. I'll never use the power I have to undo what Cancerel did. I'll use it to fight for the Delts. Oh. And that leads us into part 2. And that is actually the longest part. Part 1 is the first half of the book, and part 2 is the next quarter. And then part 3 is... Part 3 and 4 are both about the last few... They did kind of divide the last quarter, but 3 might be a touch longer, but not by much. So the next part will be shorter than what we've already been through. Goodness gracious. Oh. The I think my eyes are all worn out. That's all I'm gonna be able to read for tonight. I was already tired coming into this, though. And then tomorrow is gonna be the last day of Silicon Madness.
I'm back.
I am back. I cannot read anymore. My eyes are tired.
Wouldn't that also affect this game.
Yeah, but I can close my eyes in between matches.
I see.
But not if I'm reading.
I guess so.
You're not gonna make it, buddy.
Hi. Sorry, Sonny. There are two.
Oh, I meant to block it. Oh well. Beautiful. Got him. Oh, I didn't know there was Pally here. Okay, so this guy's got the sprint burst ability because he is absolutely got windows. Easy. Not sure how that didn't hit it, but all right. Good job, bud. Nice. There we go. Oh, there's someone over in this corner. Oh, yes. Dude, you keep messing that up. This is the second time you died trying to do this, bud. Like... Bye. No, are you kidding me? I auto-aimed in the fucking pallet. God, that's so annoying. Too bad. This Cheryl's dead, by the way. Fucking hell. I hate when I feel like I've got a pallet blocked and then it just feeds it to the survivor anyway. Jesus. Wait, what the fuck? That was so weird. What? Yeah, well, that's a solid tie. Ah, damn. Rip. Maybe I should stick with nurse. My Wraith gameplay is clearly not on point tonight. Although I did make somebody DC the first down of the game, which was really funny.
I don't know why.
Because people get pissy when they go down really fast, especially to a not, like, really strong killer like Nurse.
Q time.
Yeah. Hi, Mars. Yes, yes, they are. That's why in the next iteration, it'll be really nice if we can play Survivor in between killer matches.
Really would be nice.
Yep. I thought they had it implemented this time around. I didn't realize it was something they were planning on adding.
So far, I've only played one game as killer.
I've gotten through about 4 or 5 tonight so far. And like 3 Survivor matches in the 3.5 hours I've been playing. So
Ghostface isn't as bad as I thought it was going to be.
yeah, I mean stealth killers on 2v8 are pretty good. So well, while we are queuing up, I'm going to leave you guys in charge of my chat. I'm going to go to the bathroom. Have fun.
I refuse. I'm going in.
Oh god, what is happening in my chat? Why is Kit deafened and Mars muted? What is going on? Thank you, Link. And Link here. And thank you for the sub care. Link is being mean to you again. Oh my goodness. I've been abandoned. The voice call all by myself. My goodness. The eyebrow raise. That one's funny. Oh god, there's more of them. Yeah.
Oh, you're back.
Yes.
That wasn't my intention on the side.
Oh, I
Look at the
figured
song
you.
lyrics.
Oh, I figured you were just gonna sass my chat while I was gone. You had free reign to sass 2 groups of people.
Just one. There's nobody on my side. As far as chat goes.
Cheese might still be lurking. You never know.
No, Jesus. I'm pretty sure playing. What is it? What is the game? It's a MOBA game. Deadlock?
Oh,
It's Steam's MOBA.
I have no idea. I am only. I only have good knowledge of one MOBA, and that is Smite, and that is all.
Yeah. No, I think Steam made a MOBA, and it was like in a beta, and it was called Deadlock. And then for Cheese's birthday, Doge and I were supposed to join them in playing Deadlock, which I was going to bite the bullet of saying how much I absolutely hate playing MOBAs. To just join, just for Cheese's birthday, and Doge could not get the invite to save his life.
Oh no.
He got like maybe 5 invitations to the beta, and just it never showed up.
Hmm.
So I was spared that, but then I think the alternate that we did was playing 100% orange juice, which I had to reteach Doge how to play that game. Cheese dominated, and I just fucked around.
I still have that. I've never opened it or downloaded it. Yeah.
Oh, it's a great game. Like, just the wacky shenanigans. We actually... Oh, God, when did we play it last? We played it... It wasn't Cheese's birthday that we played it last. We played it, like, somewhat recently. It was me, Slime... Not Slime. No, yeah, no. I think it was me, Cube, Slime, and Doge. And we all did co-op. And fighting a giant seagull co-op that can one-shot you is terrifying. Also, the seagull's name is Jonathan.
Interesting.
Fun game. Really, really cool. It takes probably about like to learn the basics of orange juice. It probably takes like 3 or 4 different games just to kind of get in the swing of it.
Mm-hmm.
But then like you'll get like an idea. You'll be like, oh, okay, so like things seem to be going well. And then all of a sudden, you learn that there are a ridiculous amount of characters, and figuring out how to go against every playstyle is the rest of the game. Luckily, you can read what a character does at any time, so you can kind of like piece it together. But then it's like, can your strategy beat that character? If yes, cool, keep with the strategy. If no, is there another strategy that could beat the character? If yes, switch to that strategy. If no, you're fucked. And then you just have to hope the god of luck is on your side. Luckily, there's not too many characters that are just straight up nose to where you just lose if somebody plays as them. There are 3 I can think of, and really the only way you can beat any one of those 3 is either somebody else has to play as the same character, or the other 3 people not playing as the character team up to just focus that person. And weirdly enough, one of them is a chicken. I've said this before in that game, and I'll say it again. I think Chicken is probably like one of the top tier characters in the game. And as a character you buy for in-game currency, like 200 stars, which is I think a single game. It's super fucking easy to win as it. You just go around, get killed, and you just don't give anyone stars. Oh, Naughty Bear again. Okay, that makes sense.
You can change the skin if you want.
No, I was trying to be Elysian.
Oh.
That's fine. I'll be a bear.
You can just do that next game. We got 4 healers. Oh my god. Oh, we're not gonna have many injured people just fucking about.
I was listening to so much hype music earlier today.
Mm-hmm.
Now it's just silence. Who's a good killer? Hold on, buddy. You got the wrong bear.
Thomas. Yeah, this girl is a double backer like crazy. And then she does something like that. All right. Good job. Idea. Go. don't know why my swing was so delayed. Okay, that was weird distance that he got. There we go. Damn. I was really hoping to blink outside. Jesus Christ, these guys are... popping chins like crazy. Damn. There we go. Weird. Perfect. Why are you crouching like a weirdo? Oh, I accidentally got on top of a table. Whoops. There we go. Finally, Jesus. There's multiple survivors on this run. Or there were? Or I just saw it from a distance for no reason? That's really weird. Okay, interesting. That was weird. my gosh. Felix. Good lord. Jesus Christ. What? There's someone following. Wow. Where in the shit did he go? Go. Oh my gosh. God, they heal so fast. Yeah, you better leave, bud. Why are survivors incapable of just leaving out the exit gate when they're there? Like, just fuck off. It's okay. You don't need it to be escorted. You are not a princess. Get over yourself. I don't get it. You said you wanted to play Legion?
Yeah, I can both try Legion.
Stabby. Ooh, I'll play Slinger. That'll be really funny with you injuring everybody. I shouldn't do Shadow. What class were you thinking?
Whatever I've been.
Okay. I will continue breaking things fast and giving you speed when I break things nearby. So ideally, what's gonna happen is you'll just go on a stabbing spree, and I will just follow behind and shoot them while they're trying to bend.
Okay.
Until you get your 8th hit and then down, and then we just go clean up.
Got it.
If I didn't suck with Oni, I would play Oni, and then it would be just an absolute stomp, but I suck with Oni. So I wouldn't be able to get downs in Blood Fury. Oh, what's your next video you're making? I don't think I've asked. What's the next video you're making? I don't think I've asked. For YouTube. Or do you not have a plan yet?
I mean, there's a lot of plans. Will it work? Remains to be seen. But I mean, with how everything's recording right now, everything's should be good to go.
That's good.
Have I cracked open a Red Bull today?
I'm gonna go with no.
I honestly can't remember.
Then go with no. You have not. Congratulations. You don't have to remember.
I mean, regardless, I'm probably just gonna have one. There's 2 sitting on the ground right over there. So. Something to do. I've only done 5 matches, huh?
5 or 6. I don't remember exactly.
We were also playing this before I was, so.
Yeah. This will probably have to be my last one because I have to go make a birthday dessert tonight.
A birthday dessert?
Yeah. Not for me.
My birthday?
What?
Family's birthday?
Yeah, one of my step siblings. She's turning 18. It's kind of a big deal. And I'm really grumpy with the other one. Because the other one is getting a basically elective surgery done.
Elective surgery. That's what it's called. Sorry. I was talking to somebody at our job, and I was like, COVID stopped these sort of surgeries. Do I fucking remember what it was? Nope. It began with an E. We stared at each other for like maybe a minute before like neither of us could come up with the word. Fucking elective surgery.
But they could have rescheduled this surgery, but chose not to. And literally, the first step sibling's 18th birthday is tomorrow, and graduation is Sunday. And we can't have a party for either because the second step sibling is going to be living here post-op, and so we can't bring people over, or else they're going to have a severe risk of infection. And I am royally pissed off, so I am making a special dessert for the first step sibling that the second one's not allowed to have, because I'm petty.
Fair point.
I'm literally gonna put their name on the top and like leave a note on top that says only for this sibling. So, because this literally could have been like rescheduled. Like they had a full year that they could have gotten this scheduled, and they chose the day before this huge weekend. And it's like, it's so goddamn shitty, and I hate it. I'm just... And then the second one keeps trying to say, well, it doesn't affect you. It's my choice. It's my body. I'm doing what I want. It doesn't affect you. I'm going to take care of myself. Like, no, it does, because there are people in this house that actually care for your well-being and want to make sure you don't fucking die. Sorry. Thank you for Lyrics Link.
It's everyone's favorite pastime. Silence is
I'd be very angry that survivors are doing gens instead of a weapon. I wag my finger at survivors in shame. Oh man, that's really funny.
just a no, 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 and then they just ego bruise. Their brain starts bleeding. After 2, they're officially dead. It's called the stepmom. She's very disapproving of your choices.
What do you?
Killed the radio star, then radio appeared with an RPG. Then the world blew up, and music won on a CD, cassette tape, and a turntable.
Damn.
What?
The watch time is insane. 12 weeks and 1 day of time watched in my stream from Hero. That is so much time. Like... 4 days and 6 hours. Not bad, Jay. Not bad. You're just happy to be here? Well, we're happy to have you here. That's not his username anymore, Hero. He changed it. Remember, it's Siberia's war now, I think.
I heard that wrong.
Probably.
I heard Siberian whore.
I wish he was here to hear that. That'd be so fucking. Oh yeah,
I
he's up
can't
on the
believe it.
he's up on the bits thing. It is Siberia's war. I was right. Ah.
It's not the Siberian whore.
Nope.
Damn. Everyone needs a Siberian whore.
Do they?
YOLO. I think the world did not want me to say that.
Maybe not.
Mostly because I'm trying to finish the dailies on my phone while we're waiting. And I don't know how, because it was sitting flush with my keyboard. My phone dropped and just perfectly landed in the dick punch zone.
Jesus.
Immediately after I said that. So the world was like, alright, you need to shut up
Punishment.
now. You now are dickless in wherever the fuck you are. Like, oh, okay. Now my voice is gonna go up 2 octaves and insert other joke here. I don't know.
The slash. You're too
The
fast.
Siberian horror slash. The guitarists. They're Siberian and they whore themselves out every Friday.
You did it too fast.
That's what she said. He said? They said.
There you go.
That's what the Siberian horror said, actually. They said you were paying them for an hour. It's been 2 minutes. It's too fast. Where did my brain go? Where did everything go? This nightmare. Ay, yay!
Don't be mean to my bot.
Fuck the bot.
No.
Right in the face of the ear hole,
Moobot's so
preferably.
nice.
Through the nose
No.
and out the left whisker. Don't you fucking don't you touch the right whisker.
No. It's not Nightbot. Nightbot is dumb.
Let me see this. I didn't even. I know you have a bot. I just don't know its name.
Moobot.
Where the fuck? Moobot?
Yeah.
It goes moo. I have like 5 jokes and none of them can be said.
I love Moobot. It's so cute. The website's literally Mood.bot. It's great.
I have 0 words. My words don't even have words. My words that are supposed to be said to have a conversation don't even have words. I'm blowing up statues.
Good job.
It's pretty simple. I have an RPG. The person holding RPG is 4 foot tall, but that's fine. She also has like 12 of them, so it's fine. I'm fighting a giant pancake monster. Let's go.
Don't fight the
name is
pancake
Pan Pan.
monster. Eat the pancake monster.
It's filled with poisonous ooze.
Thank you for the lyrics, Link. Just
And is
be Mau
purple.
Mau.
It's also 20 feet tall. And the last person who ate it, their stomach erupted.
Just be Mau Mau. She's just better.
What? Who?
Have you not seen Apothecary Diaries?
No, but I've been
You
told to
need
watch it by
to.
somebody.
It's very good. I highly recommend it. I love it
Lovely.
so much.
Final
I've watched it
Fantasies.
twice.
They're kind of a pseudo Final Fantasy stalker. They're great. They're super kind. However, there's times I'm questing and then I look and there's a fucking aura with the camera just hiding behind a rock. And then I get sent pictures on my Discord of like, look at this person fighting. I'm like, that's me. Thanks for the picture, buddy.
But you absolutely should watch it. Just beware of the frog when you watch it.
Does the frog get fucked?
No.
I'm not interested anymore. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Before
Anybody
anybody
who's seen it is gonna laugh really hard at that statement.
For my chat in Echo, who knows that is just a joke.
Yes.
Everyone in Echo's chat, you don't know it's a joke. However, you're gonna judge me anyway, so it's fine. I just wanna be with you. I just wanna be with you. I don't remember the words to the song in Japanese, but so good, so good. I just don't know what the words are, but it's okay, cause I'll just... Gosh, so much Udapre music singing through my head. And I just don't know the Japanese lyrics.
What food monster could I easily beat? A mac and cheese
batter.
monster.
Don't you have to beat the batter?
Mm.
It's a meat monster! Beat the meat monster!
Not mad,
No.
just disappointed. Basted mac and cheese. Mac and cheese is so good. I very rarely find bad mac and cheese. It has happened. There are places that have bad mac and cheese, and I'm always confused about how people fuck it up at a restaurant. Like, it's mac and cheese. It's really not that hard.
It's called Doja's Kitchen.
Okay, we know you can't cook. It's okay.
Who said I was the one cooking it? Hold on.
You're
I
right,
said
you don't
Doja's
cook.
Kitchen for a reason. Exactly.
You do some freaky and morally questionable things for mac and cheese.
Why do you make it sound like I don't put milk in the mac and cheese and I put highly questionable liquids in it?
That is not what Jay was saying, but alright.
Congratulations! That's what you're saying now. Doja puts mayo in his mac and cheese.
Oh, ew. That's gross.
So.
No sprint bursters? Oh, this is gonna be fun for me.
Skip the story. Yes. Play the piano. Nina, play the piano! Quickly! I have a rabbit to be.
Oh, we've got one sprint burster now. Wouldn't you like to say stuff now? Wouldn't you like to use more words?
Freaky stuff to mac and cheese. Now let me tell you. Fill the tub full of cheese. That's it. Just fill the tub full of cheese. That's it.
I'm not eating mac and cheese out of a tub. That's not happening. This is why we don't let you cook it. Not because you don't know how, but because you'll put mac and cheese in a tub.
I'll put whatever the fuck I want in a tub.
Shell the woods.
I'll put 2 lambs and a Taco Bell Hunger Games in a tub.
Watch it.
I see.
Okay. Hey, Kit, you want to describe your cooking to the uninitiated?
Fire. Lots and lots of fire. My eardrums are on fire! Oh my gosh, my eardrums.
What happened?
There's so much beating in my ears. Talk to you in a minute. Die, you stupid motherfucker!
Oh, I missed.
Holy fuck.
Oh my god, I'm so bad. There we go. But, was it microwave ramen or microwave mac and cheese that was the culprit? I do not remember. So, yeah, there was an incident with microwave mac and cheese where Kit neglected to add the crucial component of water.
You like oil.
Damn.
You're already injured.
Yeah, I hit her and then couldn't catch her. Because I kept whiffing my fucking shots. Enjoy the haste. Damn. There we go.
Or
My aim really sucks.
6.
Nice.
Oh my god! What is going on here? I can't fucking not the way I wanted that to go there. Fucking pop up. Pop it. For a second.
Someone in here. Why are you teabagging me, you weirdo?
away.
Get hit with a stray pallet that looked like it was way too far away. There we go. Nice, nice.
You thought you were gonna go in a locker?
Huh.
Stupid shithead. Someone over here.
One over by Shack though. Oh, that was such a good shot. Oh my god. That was awesome.
No way that worked. What the hell?
Perfect. Wow. Not sure how that missed, but alright. Oh, I had him. Oh, that sucked. It pinged him, but it let him go anyway. That's a shame. Oh well. Probably should not have played Slinger. Because I'm not the greatest with the shots, but... Maybe Huntress then. Or I could stick with Nurse, but that's no fun. What do you think? Kit?
Hmm?
What do you think? What killer I should play if you're gonna go Legion? Or were you thinking of going somebody else?
You choose what you feel comfortable with.
I mean, I'm very comfortable with Legion, but if you want to play Legion, go ye forth. I can play other killers.
I don't know who to play. I'm a garbage killer, so like, I'm just kind of going with whoever. You can choose whoever. I'll just.
You could go Ghostface and just start sneaking up on people behind me after I'm stabbing him.
That would go terribly.
Do you know how to play Blight? Otherwise, you could just stick to Trapper or try Huntress. Or if you know how to play Oni, you can do Oni Legion, and then you'll pretty much always have your power. I actually did Ghostface Wraith earlier. It was pretty funny. I just never knew where anybody was ever. It was great. Just jump scare central. But up to you if you're not comfortable with anyone in particular. Just pick something you know and go with that, and I will go on a stabbing spree.
I don't know anything.
You know Trapper.
More. I know I don't. I place a trap randomly and just hope for the best. I am purely here for, how does this work? Moral support.
I really need to get an ice maker downstairs at some point. You are excused.
Also, wasn't the last game supposed to be your last one?
Yeah, but I wanted to have a better game.
Gotcha. Just gonna wait another 30 minutes.
It's fine.
Excuse me. I think you're humming and I'm humming.
Probably.
Don't press that button. Stop pressing that button. God damn.
Pressing buttons. Every gamer's worst enemy.
What is?
Pressing buttons.
Is it?
Just saying something dumb. I don't know.
I'd say pressing buttons is how gamers thrive. Not so much the opposite. Correct me if I'm wrong. Did you already play through the Danganronpa games?
I've played through the first two. I have yet to do the third one.
And you haven't played another episode?
Huh?
You haven't played another episode? It's called Danganronpa Another Episode. Or Ultra Despair Girls, I think is what it's actually called.
Since I didn't know what that was, I'm gonna go with yes. Killing Harmony is the one that I have. So, that I have yet to play. The other two I have 100%ed. It took way too long. The second one took 70 hours because of the randomness of Magical Girl Monomy.
Gotta love Magical Girl Monomy. Have you seen the company's newest game trailer?
No.
Have you ever played Zero Escape? I think at that point I should just stop talking.
Yeah, I don't know what Zero Escape is.
I would say it's probably right up your alley.
Slapped Ultra Despair Girls on the wish list for later, because it's another Danganronpa game, then, you know.
It's Danganronpa in name alone. And some characters, but it's not what you know as Danganronpa.
What is it, then?
A third-person shooter.
Weird. It doesn't look like that. From
I
there.
can assure you it's a third-person shooter. There's a lot of like cutscenes and everything, but it is a third-person shooter.
Weird.
And then there's the summer game. So, Zero Escape, though, I would recommend looking into it if you add it to the wish list for Steam. Technically, all three games are on Steam.
Mm-hmm.
Just one's a bundle of 2 games, and the other's just by itself. It's called the Nonary games. If you like your puzzles, you will like it. They're essentially all escape room games, is what they are. I've been trying to get Doge to just join me and when I replay them, but he's got a life, so. Motherfucker's busy. We get giddy because on Epic Game Store, like whatchamacallit, Dead Island 2 is free.
Mm-hmm.
So us two and the twins all got it. It sounds like, but then he forgot that it was a 3-player game, to which both twins were like, "No, we'll back out." So leaving it with 2. But then I just flip it on Doge because I know he's gonna be busy, and I was like, "What if Doge just doesn't join? It's the twins and me." Because you know it's going to be like 2 or 3 months before Doge can even play a game that's not because of life.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I technically have it, but just because it was free, so I figured, why the hell not? Evil Beauty Legion would be called the single, just one of them, and they're socially awkward. That's just Frank. That's just Frank if he was taken before the murder.
Dead Island, it's fun to play with friends, but you have to have like the right group.
Yeah.
That's actually a side reason why I said it would be better if it was Cube, Slam, and I.
Mm-hmm.
Because all 3 of us like to be like meticulous about games
Mm-hmm.
and do everything. While Doge would just go from point A to point B to just do shit.
Mm-hmm.
Problem is, Cube and Slam are not nearly as meticulous as I am, so it's sometimes just better for me to play the game by myself. I also.
And then there's me, who is also 100% player.
You need someone to play it with. I would join. Same with the Zero Escape stuff, but I'm also, like I said, trying to get Doge to go through them too.
Mm-hmm.
I'm also trying to get Doge to fucking finish Persona 5 Royal with me, because Persona 5 X just got announced for the West.
What's the difference?
It's a mobile game.
Okay.
And completely different cast.
Wild.
Cat, you got an owl.
I need to finish Persona 5 Royal with the heathens.
Yeah, no, it's based on what, like, because Persona 5 P5X was like pretty big in China, is where like is the only place where the game could be played, I believe, and I think also Japan.
Hmm.
And they had no real interest in bringing it to the West. But it sounds like, if I recall reading like reports on the game as like time was going on, it is a gacha game, because that's what most mobile games are. They're always gacha games.
Mm-hmm.
But there is a significantly less emphasis on buying stuff to like unlock things. I think I had it described as being very similar to Grand Blue Fantasy, which is a more browser-based gacha game. But Grand Blue Fantasy is more of an MMO rather than a gacha game, if that makes a little bit of sense.
Kinda.
The way to put it is, if you compare, let's say you compare Grand Blue with Genshin Impact, right? Genshin Impact, you're fucking forking over hundreds of dollars just to get one character, right?
Mm-hmm.
You're forking over a fucking fat paycheck just to hope you get one character. 9 times out of 10, it's not even the character you want. But Grand Blue, if you play the game for like a week, you'll have enough pulls to do like a 50 pull pretty quickly. Like, no matter what you do in the game, it's giving you overarching currency to get more characters.
Hmm.
And with every week being a different banner, it's so easy to get brand new characters that you don't have because the game gives you so much. Heck, for their anniversary, they give out 1,000+ pulls to each player.
Damn.
Yeah, just on a whim. And it sounds like V5X is closer to Grand Blue, where it's like they just keep giving you free pulls, and there's a lot of stuff to do to get as much free currency as possible. Sure, you could fork over some money to get yourself to go further if you really want to, but there's so much to do that you don't need to. So, which based on the fact that like Chinese players are like when it comes to gacha games are like super outspoken with all the stuff that like all the restrictions they have. Like Genshin got super hugely restricted, Nikkei got hugely restricted.
Restricted how?
So, well, I mean, they dialed back the fan service, which is always the big thing. But also, too, it's like you can't buy. I think in China, it's like you can only play a certain amount of time on a game before like your internet just gets shut off
Oh,
for games and such.
that's kind of dumb. That's kind of dumb.
Yeah, it's just how I guess that the country works. But for mobile games too, like I believe that's the same way. So if a game is able to thrive really, really well with like the Chinese market being their main cornerstone, then that means that game probably is more free to play than you would think. Because I think it was when Genshin came out in China, like they really were upset with how much they had to pay for like skins and everything. And then actually another one, Infinity Nikki, which is like the princess gacha game, is how I call it. That one, they like started silently raising the prices for everyone, especially China, for like skins and like rolls. But like didn't tell anyone that they're raising the prices until the Chinese players saw it and just fucking erupted on them.
Jesus.
So if you get a win with the Chinese market, you're pretty much made a good game. Is how it kind of boils down. And with P5X being primarily Chinese, I'm gonna assume the reports from early on are correct, where they were saying that like you're not gonna need to spend that much money in the game, if any at all, to like really deeply progress. So, but we also need a Japanese gacha game to really succeed because the Danganronpa creators, well, he's the one who like oversees the company, but he didn't have a big hand in it. He made Tribe 9, the mobile game.
Never heard of it.
It's essentially a baseball anime that was made like 2 or 3 years ago. It's like a baseball like Danganronpa anime is the best way to put it. And it's been in development for 5 years. It came out in February, like late February. It just got announced that its end of service will be in November.
Damn.
It lasted 9 months.
That's pitiful.
The reason for it, from what I think, because I played a little bit of the game when it came out, and I don't think it was anywhere near what Vidaka, the creator of Danganronpa, wanted to do. Because I think he did know it had to be like a little bit of gacha based, but not as terrible as that. Do you know what Zenless Zone Zero is? Genshin Impact's like other big game lately.
Nope. I don't play gacha
Cool.
games. I don't know anything about them. I've literally never played a gacha game.
Fair point. Good for you.
So all of this is like wildly out of my zone of knowledge at all.
Fair.
I have zero context for any of it.
Fair. Like, yeah, I used to play a bunch of Genshin, but then I quit. Now the two I play are Nikkei and Blue Archive. And Nikkei makes me cry. Every fucking event. I was told with this current event that just came out that I'm gonna cry again. I'm ready. I'm not ready, but I am. And then I only got through the first like big story arc of Blue Archive, and that was really, really touching. So I'm excited to do the other ones. I just delayed stories. Anyway, trying to think of the best way to describe Zenless Zone Zero.
I mean, if it's another gacha game, I will have no concept of it, so it's fine.
No, I know it's gacha games. I'm just saying like it's gameplay. Okay.
Is it just Genshin but different?
Imagine Genshin, but all of the characters on the field at the same time.
Okay.
And it's all in an arena. Like you're fighting one person in an arena where your teammates are all with you at the same time. That's what Zenless Zone Zero is. You're essentially always fighting a boss or like some small groups of enemies, but all of your teammates are pretty much there at the same time, like somewhat assisting, but you can like switch between each one.
That just sounds lame.
Yeah, no, in Zenless Zone Zero, their one is like they are like slightly helping, I believe, in the background, but like you play as the main character, like as a character, and then you can switch between them, and the other ones will take a backseat. Tribe 9 is all three of your characters are on the field fighting, and you just control one of them, but you can switch between them. So they're very similar games. Very
And they
similar
both
styles.
sound very boring.
So Zenless Zone Zero blew up. However, I will fully say that Zenless Zone Zero as a game is terrible. Like I do think it's boring. The way that they have like kind of the puzzles in the game are just lackluster. And the story for me falls flat. There's a big but, though. The amount of fan service in that game is astronomical. It doesn't beat Nico.
Okay, so extra boring, especially for me.
For you, sure. But, like, this is, like, male and female fan service, like, for both sides. Compared to Nikkei, where it's pretty much just hot girls all around. Oh, okay, hold on, never mind. Oswald's kind of an attractive guy, so like, gotta give that one points. And Anderson. There's some good-looking guys. Anyway, but no, ZZZ like full send is like trying to do fan service, but not to like the extent of like Nikkei with like jiggle physics and stuff. Oh, I see how that works. We'll do this one. So, yeah, no, I didn't think it was that good of a game, but it's still doing really well because of like all the fan service. Tribe 9 has the Danganronpa style, but even more boring gameplay. And to even get to like the first like actual story arc, you have to play 2 hours of essentially cutscenes.
That's really shitty.
Yeah. And then there's always like a pity system in gacha games, so that way you at least are guaranteed a character if you spend enough, right? Genshin, you roll like 100+ times, you guarantee it. Zenless Zone Zero, you have to roll 200 times, and you're guaranteed it. But it's 200 times in a very slim margin. Like you have like 2 weeks to do it. Tribe 9, from what I understand, is you have to get 200 in. And like it's supposed to be 2 weeks, but like it doesn't give you that much information, so you just kind of blindly roll for them. So didn't come off well. I still think Nikkei has the best pity system in the game, in the world, but that's just me. I'm biased. Lottie fucking time.
What did I hit? I swung at it and it hit like a rock that wasn't there. That was insane. Fuck's sake, dude.
That's you.
Yes, you can bounce off of me, actually. Oh, she's just lagging the fuck out. But you can use me as an obstacle.
Yeah, it's bloody. Break pallets with my dash.
You can. You just have to swing into it. Well, their gens are gonna be real fucking slow, so... 6. Fuck. It really sucks. I had 6 out of 8. I just straight up couldn't see him. That's so frustrating. is a chance we got a, like, full group, though. These guys are insane. Damn, alright. Damn, dude, you kind of suck. Yeah! There's one dead. Yeah! Get fucked, buddy. Why was that not initiating chase game? Jesus Christ, where in that? How the hell you get way over the fuck over there, bud? What the shit? Nice. Damn, I really could not get to them. Even though they were like in my sights the whole time. Strange. Well, you were doing better with Legion than I was. Guess I should stick to nurse. Oh well. I do need to hop off because I got a dessert to make and sleep to get. You still gonna be on DBD tonight, or are you switching something else? Fair. Totally fair. I'm sorry. Well, good luck with whatever you end up doing. And have a good night. All right, that is going to be it for me today, everybody. I really appreciate everyone sticking around, hanging out, being here in general. We will be back again tomorrow for the last day of the subathon, unless you guys end up extending it. So we are finally nearing the end. We will have hit day 16, which is not too bad. I was kind of hoping we'd go a little longer, but it is what it is. So you guys are going to go over to Mars. He is also doing 2v8 killer. So enjoy that. I love you all so very, very much. Have a good one, everyone. Au revoir and good night.